I'm so sorry. Oh my god, the game froze too. For some reason, my stream just froze on me. Okay, it's back. The game froze on me. I mean, the whole computer, not just a game. Hello! Welcome! Yeah, the whole thing just froze on me. Like, the whole computer just froze on me, and I had to restart and redo everything. But, so yeah, we are continuing the Green Ace Attorney Chronicles, and I don't know what's about to go on. So, I haven't had breakfast. I don't think I'll ever have one because I didn't feel good this very early morning. I woke up at 5-ish because I had to go to the toilet, and it was the worst feeling ever. That I didn't like it at all. So yeah, I may not be having breakfast right now, but I have a biscuit with me. I don't know if it's a good alternative. But yeah, good morning everyone. I'm so sorry. I was late because my computer froze. Okay. 17th April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What is it? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture. What picture? You mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like that, that's for sure. It was unfortunate. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, didn't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you have gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. You have an hour, come on! Alright then. It was after we had dinner together at your place, right, Iris? When we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 221 to Windy Bank's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in luck with Windybank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windybank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I have a mint chocolate sandwich cookie. And it's good. Welcome everyone. Welcome. What is it? Hoku-san, don't forget your breakfast. I have to go work out. Enjoy your stream, Nakra. Okay. Thank you so much. Enjoy your workout. I love people who work out. People who work out are very disciplined people. I try too. Eating, sorry. Morning! Good morning. Poor Windy Bang. Oh, he's a good man. Poor him. Aww. Yep. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Genie. Mr. Naraodo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got a bog trotter off of them, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any better to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'll be on your side to do the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Runosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I will do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Hello! Welcome! Welcome, welcome! Good morning! Good morning! Yes, it's all connected. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry, I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar? You're not like McGilden. I know that. Eh? That's right! You're our friend, Ginny! Iris, we know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you are someone we can trust. Yes! That's really all we need to know. Exactly! Mr. Naruto, I am my... Aww. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all that faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Aww, I still miss Kazuma. 17th April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Janelle Lestrade. Lord Van Zee, have you successfully subpoenaed? Subpoena? Is that how you say it? Let me... Subpoena. Yes, subpoena. Subpoena. Subpoena the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage to Lucene. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's premises of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried method to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witnesses has arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Edgar Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised for the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Some to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is an accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Grayson. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Okay. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Why do you have to dance? The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I concluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I'm dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in the matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall away in time for afternoon tea. Some consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer with that necessary counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Edgar Benedict. Or is it, Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanted. So... I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding you a flashy hat while we do. The accusation. Naturally, you have occasion to make use of pawnbroking service from time to time. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Edgar Benedict, I believe. Tell me what made you... The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by the man who introduced himself as Edgar Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this, who made this outlandish accusation against me. The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly, I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You are able to prove that?
Objection!
What? Listen carefully, my learned Japanese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle, thanks. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Shome's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Shome's chemical is able to differentiate different... Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Shome's character anyway? Oh, I assume all Londoners would know the name. He is a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective? A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Wait, what, me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times I've got to tell you? Yes, I know you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Eh? Go blimey, Governor, you what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arms like that much more, it would open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, it was bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuation. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of a crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you would allow the court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you are currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where the fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. Your young Japanese assistant and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Grexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windybanks? Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. It's him, come on. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop in the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Not more. Gregson? This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Reno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with the Windybanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now it would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Okay. Yum, 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 yum.
Hold it!
Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Sherlock Holmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing about the truth. Oh no, I can't think how to answer that. I once saw the world's famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Ugh. Quite. Now, as you're no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. I think it's this one, but we have to find... Mr. Windermere appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He is written very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what's front and what's the reverse side now. Overcoat. What about this one? Mr. Windermere appears to have used... Oh, okay. The pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing around his waist at the time of the shooting, one of the glass vials is smashed and there are scorch marks around it. What could it be? Pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. He claims that he has nothing to do with it. Is it the disc? Press again. Never had anything to do with it. You forgot that I was there, okay, obviously.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry? You must be confusing me with somebody else. I wasn't there for any such purpose. But the redemption ticket, that won't get you anywhere, you Bruno. Iris, what do you mean? Mr. Windermere never wrote the names of his customers on his redemption tickets, so you can't prove the tickets was his. Of course, she's right. I'm afraid you're going to need to produce some irrefutable evidence here. Otherwise, you would never admit to being there. Irrefutable evidence. Okay, I think it's a disc. I think it is a disc. Come on, Hoku, you can do it.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of the murder in pawn in Mr. Windermere's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon, however. Somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon? You refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, it would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order, order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been somewhat of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you owned out upon? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy guttling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instruction to deposit it at Windy Banks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windy Banks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you commence your cross-examination, please.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on the errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in this pocket. And yeah, there is a note on that reads for McGilden. I'm a collector of rare and unusual box music. I first met Mr. McGilden at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So, the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilden hear it. And then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilden had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused. I feel the cuddling on the day. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted a ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection!
Mrs. Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You're looking for her. That's what brought you to Winterbanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilden's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? Good morning! Good morning! Welcome everyone. I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing this way, is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my honor. Had you ever been to Winterbanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice it at first, of course. Such is the art of pickpurse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Donation? Oh! Yeah, it's here. 30 baht. Thank you so much. Thank you, but I can't read. Wait, let me walk over there to read. Oh, okay. Okay, see you on Valentine's Day. See you. Yeah, it's good. I checked. Yeah, it's in. Thank you. Oh, you have to do line pay instead of prompt pay? Is that right? It was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. See you on Valentine's Day. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilden as evidence. Gregson, come on! Please help me here. Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. Eh? No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilda's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Seeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of this nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more alimony, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. Yeah, Gregson's hiding something. What's all this about? And I know Van Seeks wants to crush him too. Like, wants to just, come on, spit it out, you know? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Seeks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. But perhaps you'd seen some of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilda's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilda's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Nice. McGilda slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windybank's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. Pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilda as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. Just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. I know what you're lying about. Oh, never mind. Yeah, Gregsy is hiding something and Van Seeks is not happy about it. Okay, I'm gonna present the music box. Right? So code. There's also a music box. This disc was deposited at Windybank's on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah! There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windybanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ah! This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? Nice and sharp today. Thank you. I really hope it goes on. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Fanzeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained by using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybanks received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGilded's small box has been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now that I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then there we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Okay, we have to use that stereoscope again. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that some had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah! I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he has stolen Mr. McGilded's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Reno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. Aha. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Okay. Oh, it's not been taken into evidence yet. It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Use a piece of evidence. I can use a camera. Before I give my answer, my lord, I would like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify this discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify discrepancy between the two prints? I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Ooh, yes! You've got the bucket last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. Okay. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. Really? Like... Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Wait, unbelievable. By Jove, you're right, how extraordinary. He's adorable. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windybanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? Huh? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything! I believe this changes everything about the case. Hello, welcome! How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windybanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Breaker Street at once, obtain the small box in question, and bring it back here for further examination. I love the judge. He is so adorable and cool. He can cross-eye. Van C. You naughty, naughty little prosecutor. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smoke screen, a Nipponese speciality, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles are value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of this trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied. So as propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of his pockets and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept, even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, this made a lot of sense. It's not as if with golds or jewels, is it? Through goodness knows Mr. McGillis was rich enough. You can't afford his cash as pawnbrokery. Okay. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by the fine citizens could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. But Gina... Yes, of course. And you and I both know that. We know McGilda's true character. We know that this is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we will have to acknowledge that McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny, could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything. But maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Have Gina testify. We're not the bad one, so we could do it. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, thank you so much, Mimi, for 20 months in a row. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, and welcome. Thank you. It's 20 months, yes. 20 months in a row. Thank you. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Willibanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Mr. Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. I will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you have considered the implications of the testimony you are proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remarks? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Janelle Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. All right then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. The articles that Mr. McGilda had deposited in Willibanks pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, a trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilda. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Whew. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGill did. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Mr. Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Mr. Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilda died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Mr. Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mr. Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Ah! And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears, so be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilden's pawned articles that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Mrs. Strayed, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity solely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Seek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, the brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair of the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you have just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated in error in McGilda's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? That McGilda fellow was rotten into court, just like the pickpocket. Don't forget the lawyer from the east. They were all in it together. You're wrong, lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug! I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scotch-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows a witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto? Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruto. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, the brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Straight? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed that Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know, but I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. That's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. Was it this you saw? This? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cuff lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know. But McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with a knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one, about the disc and all. I was that scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'll get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed? Yeah, that's right. First, it was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair of the roof deck went off to call the stops. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed a cove with a knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to a pawn shop roundabout. That pawn shop obviously being Windybanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Seeks. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windybanks was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember quibbling with him over the prize that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brace in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the buck trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I've seen or heard. Threaten you? How exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in luck. To stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Jeannie's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once its trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and other thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Hello? Can I talk to you for a second? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Wow! Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack! You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us what is the discussion about. Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Mr. Straight. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point that this is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's code and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after its trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Straight, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested have been located and is ready in the court's inspection, sir. mysterious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that that is a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Woohoo! Woohoo! We're gonna continue this because I feel like it. Let's go! So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc, deposited at Windybanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of this victim in the omnibus. But why, for the heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilda? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Okay, wait. I haven't been wearing my headphones all this time, so I need my headphone. I really want to see. Oh no, I really want to hear it. Woo! Okay. Let the court now listen to the curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they aren't related to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Oh my god, the sound is so bad. And I just realized that. Okay, wait. Why does it sound so bad? What do I have to do? What do I have to do? The sound is so bad. Or do I have to... Let me see. I can't. My video capture device just sucks. Okay. Let me... Wait. Can you give me some time? I will come back. Okay. I will come back. I'll be back, I'm sure. Nathan. I'm sorry. I don't feel well since like this early morning. I was forced to wake up because I have a very bad stomachache. But I don't know what happened. Welcome, welcome. I'm sorry. Morning. Okay. I don't really know what happened to me, and I don't really know what's happening to my card capture either. Because it's so bad. Why is it like this? This? Should I do this instead? Oh, I fixed it! Did I fix it? I think I fixed it! Guys! I think I fixed it! I think for I don't know, I just fixed it. For some reason, I fixed it! Oh my god! I feel so... I'm such a genius. I fixed it. So it wasn't my capture card. It was me using the capture card as a means of the sound to come out, but it's actually... I actually needed to add the audio in output. Another audio output, I think. Yeah, I added another audio output. But I'm so sorry. It's been so bad. It shouldn't have been that bad. I should have fixed it a long time ago. I'm so sorry, everyone. I feel like I'm letting everyone down. Okay, from now on, every time that I stream on my PS5, I am going to use this settings. From now on, okay? It's not gonna stutter anymore. Okay. Okay. Clearly, there's a very chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Okay. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. Save this preset. I will. I'm so sorry, everyone. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Yeah! No further delay, please. Play the disc. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Wait, I'm about to sneeze. Sorry. Ha, Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer is sent to fetch it and didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, Council? Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh! Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chimming has on this case? I hate his move. Same! Morse code? I'm not sure, probably. It's the defense belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. I think it's a code of some kind. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, you know.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music? Well, now that you've told us what they're not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind? Because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. What should I eat? What should I eat for lunch? Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? The communication thing! Like that. Some just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even. I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yeah, the juror number 4. Yeah, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on the music boxes is... Really? What is the evidence? Let me examine it. Let me see. What should I present? The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box discs. What makes a sound? What is this again? There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look, Ministry Mole classified secrets have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger upon the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runa? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment. I think this one.
Take that!
To this paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pig Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Juror number 5, yes. Stop! Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Transmission that explain why sound like that. Yeah. That image not sound or code related. Let's look for another one. Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code? It is Morse code! I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that a music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Yes, Morse code! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council! Deserving of capital punishment. Too much vocabulary. What is treason and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd have expected to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was a very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and all important discs lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Nice. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands a witness testifies. Response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure because I heard so many times, but we can't decode it. Same. I'm kind of, it was pretty obvious it was Morse code. Yeah. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. Gregson? Oh. You could have let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fella. Very bad timing. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal a confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the cabinet the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. Skulkin? One Mr. Udo, Governor, what's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime that on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did! Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was? Eh, poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah, nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Okay, the strange music box only appeared to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Windybank's 2 days before the Black Overcoat. Okay, we have to examine it. Okay, let me see. This is a mechanism that turns the bumps on a disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually, the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does it mean? It means that no matter which tooth it plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like this before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Okay, I think I will order some porridge for myself because I don't feel good. Yeah, I really don't feel good for some reason. I don't know, I hate it. Can I examine anything except for the inside of it? Oh, what's that? Oh! What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right! Well, come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Look at that, there's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Oh, nice. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? Let me see. Okay, I found it. I hope it's open. It is open! Yay! Okay. And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are the same length. So, this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we have already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes it produces are different. A music box that can only play two tones. Nice, okay.
Hold it!
Okay, let me... Let me order some food for myself. Okay. Okay. Let me order some food. Wait. Oh! Hello! Oh, wait, okay. Let me order some food. Ah! Okay. Wait. Let me order some food. Okay. 2, 4, 5. Okay. I think I'm good. Okay, let me find the promotion. Okay. I got my food. Okay, let me for 5 minutes. สวัสดีค่ะทุกคนเป็นยังไงกันบ้าง ฮัลโหลพี่ลักกี้จุ๊บไอ้หนุ่มสวัสดีค่ะขอบคุณที่เข้ามาหากันนะขอบคุณมากๆเลยนะคะพี่ลักกี้เป็นไงมั่งสบายดีใช่ไหมดีใจที่เจอพี่ลักกี้ตอนเช้าตลอดเลยวันนี้พี่ลักกี้ไม่ทำงานหรอว้าย มากแม่แลกแต้มเพื่อให้นายสั่งของกินอีกแล้วเอาไปอีกค่ะขอบคุณพี่คริสซี่นะคะเดี๋ยวจบวันนี้เดี๋ยวเอาไปอีก5นะคะโอเคงั้นเดี๋ยวพี่ลักกี้ขอบคุณมากๆเลยนะคะจุ๊บๆรักพี่ลักกี้นะอย่าลืม หายไม่สบายเร็วๆแล้วก็อยู่อย่างอุ่นๆด้วยนะวันนี้เอาไป10 นาทีตึงๆแล้วก็เสียงเกมดีแล้วด้วยแฮปปี้มากทำไมหนูถึงโง่มาตลอดก็ไม่รู้หนูขอโทษด้วยนะหนูแบบรู้สึกเศร้ามากกับการที่หนูโง่หนูเป็นไอ้งั่ง หนูต้องอยู่กับเสียงเกมติดๆดับๆมากี่พาร์ทเราก็ไม่รู้หลายชั่วโมงมากเลยอ๋อทำงานแต่แอบใส่หูฟังได้โอเคมางั้นเรามาดูกันต่อนะคะงั้นพาดหัวอันนี้มันก็ถูกแล้วใช่ไหมที่บอกว่าการข้อมูลของรัฐบาลกำลังถูกแทรกแซงค่ะแล้วฉันจะไปรู้ได้ยังไงหมายถึงอะไรอ๋อพวกข้อมูลอะไรที่มันอยู่แบบเป็นข้อมูลลับสุดยอดข้อมูลสำคัญนะปกติพวกคนใหญ่คนโตอ่ะเขารับผิดชอบกันพวกแบบคนทำงานทั่วๆไปอย่างฉันน่ะไม่ได้ทำข้อมูลแบบนี้หรอกโอ้ไม่หยุดก่อนโอ้ไม่หยุดฉันต้องพูดอะไรสักอย่างหยุดนี่ใหม่แหละลูกขุนเบอร์5ขอเดานะลูกขุนเบอร์5คนทำงานถึงแม้จะเป็นขั้นทั่วๆไปอย่างพวกเราก็ไม่ได้แบบตกต่ำอะไรขนาดนั้นย่าโอ้ทีมของเราอะได้แบบว่าเป็นคนที่ต้องคอยทดสอบเขาเรียกว่าอะไรเทเลกราฟอะปลาแลบแก๊ปเทเลกราฟมันคืออะไรวะภาษาไทยอะ used by the ministry ก็คือพวกกระทรวงอะไรทั้งหลายอะมันคืออะไรอะจำไม่ได้โทรเลขใช่โทรเลขถ้าเรามีเสียงโทนที่2รหัสนี้จะแปลมาได้ง่ายขึ้นถูกต้องเลยแล้วก็คุณเกรดอนก็คือเป็นหัวหน้าทีมด้วยนั่นเจ๋งไปเลยนี่ โอ้คุณเกรดอนเป็นแบบว่าเป็นพนักงานที่เก่งมากๆแล้วก็เป็นไอดอลของทุกคนเลยงั้นจริงๆแล้วคุณเกรดอนคุณก็สามารถเข้าถึงข้อมูลหรือว่าเครื่องมือที่จะแบบว่าเข้าไปสู่ข้อมูลที่ปกปิดพวกนี้ได้ใช่ไหมก็แล้วยังไงต่อพวกแบบการสื่อสารอะไรพวกนี้เราไม่ได้ยินอยู่แล้วเพราะว่าปกติเขาจะทำในที่ปิดอะแล้วไม่ว่าจะเป็นยังไงนะพวกโค้ดอะไรพวกนี้มันก็แบบถูกเปลี่ยนมาพวกข้อความพวกนี้มันถูกเปลี่ยนมาเป็นโค้ดแล้วคนทำงานทั่วไปอ่ะก็จะไม่เข้าใจอยู่โอ้ไม่หยุดเราต้องทำอะไรสักอย่างฉันต้องขอพูดอะไรสักอย่างคุณเกรดอนเนี่ยเข้าประชุมกับกระทรวงก็คนที่ทำงานในพวกแบบการสื่อสารอะไรพวกนี้บ่อยมากแล้วก็ช่วยในการแบบตรวจดูว่ามีปัญหาอะไรหรือเปล่าว่าการส่งสารอะไรพวกนี้มีปัญหาอะไรหรือเปล่าด้วยทุกครั้งเลยแล้วเขาก็ได้รับรางวัล5 ปีติดกันแล้วกับการบอกว่าแก้ไขแบบสามารถแกะรหัสโค้ดได้นั่นเจ๋งไปเลยนี่ โอ้โหลูกขุนเบอร์5แบบว่าไม่ได้ช่วยเลยอย่างแรงโอ้โหเขาบอกว่าเขาเป็นไอดอลเลยนะเขาดีไอดอลของเธอจะรู้สึกดีใจมากถ้าเกิดว่าเธอหุบปากซ้ายโอเคอีก5 นาทีโอเคบอกว่าเธอน่าจะเลือกไอดอลได้ดีกว่านี้นะเขาเรียกความสำเร็จเป็นพีชก็น่าจะใช่อยู่โอเคเขาบอกว่า อุ้ยอย่าตกใจโอ้พี่คริสลี่ขอบคุณนะคะจุ๊บจุ๊บรักพี่คริสลี่มากๆเลยนะขอบคุณมากๆเลยนะคะที่อุตส่าห์มาอยู่ด้วยกันเป็นบ้าเป็นบอกับเสียงที่ตะกุกตะกักอยู่ด้วยกันจนหนูแก้ได้แบบงงๆแก้ได้แบบงงๆมากเมื่อกี้คือแบบหงุดหงิดจนแบบว่าจะทำไงดีแล้วก็แบบผ่านทางแล้วแบบขอบคุณพี่คริสลี่มากนะคะหวังว่าวันนี้พี่คริสลี่จะมีวันที่ดีแต่ต้องดีอยู่แล้วเพราะเจอหนูขอบคุณนะคะพี่คริสลี่แล้วเกรดอนก็บอกว่าฉันบอกเลยนะว่าการเกล่าวหาของไอ้ทนายคนนี้มันแบบมันไม่ได้เรื่องไม่ได้ความโอเคเขาบอกว่าแล้วไอ้ที่เพลงที่ได้ยินเมื่อกี้มันไม่ใช่มอร์สโค้ดด้วยซ้ำไหนดูซิว่ามันจะคืออะไรไม่ใช่เหรอไอ้ที่มีสมองอ่ะก็รู้อยู่แล้วก็รู้อยู่แล้วมันไม่ใช่หรอกแน่นอนสิแน่นอนแน่นอนเลยก็ไม่จริงใช่ไหมที่เพื่อนรักทนายของฉันอาจจะไม่รู้จักมอร์สโค้ดนะโอ้ยเขาช็อกจริงๆนะเขาดูช็อกจริงฮ่าเดี๋ยวฉันจะลองแบบว่าทดสอบเขาเรียกว่าอะไรแสดงให้ดูแล้วกันนะเป็นแบบพื้นฐานเลยตอนนี้ในศาลเนี่ยนะมอร์สโค้ดอ่ะคือมันจะมี2เสียงหลักๆจะมี2เสียงเป็นเสียงที่เล่นไปเรื่อยๆ2เสียงที่ต่างกันนะ2เสียงเหรอแบบโทนของเสียงเหรอใช่เพราะว่ามอร์สโค้ดมันจะมีทั้งจุดแล้วก็ขีดด้วยกันเอา2อย่างเนี้ยรวมเข้าด้วยกันมันก็จะกลายเป็นตัวอักษรขึ้นมาเข้าใจละตัวอย่างเช่นอันนี้คือ A อันนี้คือ B แต่พอเธอฟังเพลงที่ไอ้กล่องเพลงนี้มันเล่นมันมีแค่โทนเดียวเห็นปะแต่มันก็คล้ายๆกันนี่แบบด้วยจังหวะจากโคนอะไรทุกอย่างเลยแต่มันก็ไม่มีความหมายนี่นามันก็เป็นแค่เสียงตึ้งไปเรื่อยๆพอแปลไทยพี่เขาปากแซบจังจริงๆเขาปากแซบอังกฤษก็แซบนะเราเพิ่งรู้ว่าทิปมีไลน์เพย์เลิศไม่ต้องซูเปอร์แชทแล้วนายจะได้รับเต็มขอบคุณนะคะใช่จริงๆเขามีหลายอย่างเลยแต่ว่าหนูไม่แน่ใจว่าไลน์เพย์เขาจะตัดอะไรหรือเปล่าแต่พร้อมเพย์หนูได้เต็มแน่ๆแต่ถ้าเกิดว่าใครแบบTrue Money หรือว่าอะไรอย่างเงี้ย True Moneyตัดค่อนข้างเยอะถ้าเกิดว่าแบบคนไม่รู้หนูบางทีหนูตกใจว่าแบบว่าบางทีหนูก็ได้แบบอย่างเวลาทำโดโรทอนอย่างเงี้ยบางทีก็ได้10,000-20,000อะไรเงี้ยปรากฏว่าพอมาดูอีกที20,000เหลือแค่10,000ปลายๆหนูก็แบบมันหายไปเยอะขนาดนี้เลยเหรอแต่ว่าไม่เป็นไรนะเอาจริงหนูโอเคกับความสะดวกของทุกคนเลยดีกว่าแต่ว่าถ้าพร้อมเพย์หนูจะได้เต็มแต่อย่างอื่นหนูไม่แน่ใจว่าตัดเท่าไหร่หวังว่านายจะได้เต็มก็หนูว่าคิดว่าน่าจะตัดน่าจะตัดหน่อยแหละเพราะว่าโอนผ่านแบบว่าบุคคลที่3อะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะเพราะว่ามันเป็นแบบไลน์มันเป็นแบบ True อะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันก็เลยแบบว่าต้องตัดผ่านเขาอาจจะหักแต่เปอร์เซ็นต์ที่หักไม่แน่ใจว่าเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าถ้าเกิดว่าสะดวกก็ทำเถอะเพราะว่าซูเปอร์แชทมันน่าจะหักเยอะกว่าอยู่แล้ว YouTube หักค่อนข้างโหดนะคะbut there's no ก็ไม่มีความหมายนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นสิ่งที่นายพูดมามันก็มีจุดบกพร่องมากเลยนี่ไม่ใช่มอร์สโค้ดไม่โอเค10 minutes is over 10 minutes is over thank you 30 baht thank you so much I'll be waiting for your spam donation Ha ha ha, really, you shouldn't be so surprised. Why did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Wait, let me tell my let me tell my dorm mate that she has to pick up food for me. Okay, that music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. So, it's so frustrating, isn't it, Iris? I mean, if the government's secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be some I haven't considered? Would it really be possible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? Morse code, give it a try. But I don't have another. I have another disc. Mr. Shom has it. Oh my god, would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? Right now? Yeah, it seems impossible right now. The defense will concede that the music box is irrelevant for the time being. For the time being, such optimism to debonair to admit defeat, are we? Ugh, those gesticulations are really starting to grate. It can't be Morse code unless it has two distinct tones. Perhaps I should examine that music box in a little more detail. But I don't have the second disc, so... It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to that man.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? Then that explains why it has a second player. Yep. How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? Wait, that mean only this we got is a bloody one? Yep, we only got the bloody one. Another one is at with Shomes. How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Look, are we done? Okay, this one.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mrs. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kinds of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? So the second player should be approved that box can play Morse code and complete code. Yes. Yes, yes. But what we need the disc first. Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back then. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now and his fancy whistle and flute. Whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, it was from a poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he has a savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what we would ever have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until later at trial. You reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asks us a question, ain't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can return our attention back to the testimony, please. I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yeah, add to it. Add it. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with a detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A Skulkin's never skulkin. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. 4 of them were the days.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when it was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask him to elaborate, but on what? Business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And which is yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yes. Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clocks like you would have worked that one out. That's it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this driver? I don't. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well, it weren't the apples of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. He took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not! This is all buncombe. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will be thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It will be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ah! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated in a court record. Okay. of a sudden we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about the interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGildy. Infinite fruits. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I just knew it. The brickmaker's surname is Milverton. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Okay. Okay, let me press this because I haven't pressed this one. So, did you know nothing about the music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windy Banks pawnbrokery, did you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windy Banks all along, weren't you? We were, Guff, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he's told us to do. It was his plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windy Banks that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers in it. I weren't best pleased, I can tell you. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Okay, I am presenting.
Objection!
Wait, what? What? Look at you, Counsel. I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, and your perspiring brow. It seems to me that the damned inconsistency here with the misplaced confidence of your assertion. What? Is that right? You invited Sir... What the heck? Wait. Oh, okay, I have no relation to the man. Sorry.
Objection.
Wrong one, Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's a real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, Counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Ugh, I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Grr. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. This is slander. I carved a new life for myself and a respectable communications officer, as a gentleman. I have no idea what my father has been up to, but it has nothing to do with me. And may I remind the court that the assertion that this disc contains some sort of message in Morse code has been reliably disproven by a professional and independent communications officer, no less. Sholmes, come on! You can do it! Come! Quick! The relationship between the victim of the omnibus case and this witness is undoubtedly significant. However, the defense's argument remains somewhat incomplete, I feel. No! I believe the cross-examination should continue. Alright, so Morse code uses 2 tones. If I could just demonstrate the possibility that this could have been used to generate 2 distinct tones. Perhaps we should have a really good look over the music box, Runo. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
Is it this one? Okay, 2 tones. I think it should be this one that represents the music box. Okay. Okay, I'll give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then, what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose this music box even appears to produce only a single tone? Could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code. Oh! What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed some. Okay, why do I have to do this again? I've already done it. Bum 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 bum. Present.
Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code to convey a message. Ah! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? that you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilden. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilden. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilden went sour and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilden managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the two articles McGilden had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that! On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. And rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answer is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop. The wall of the shop having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide is a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. I'm getting better and better at reading all this, you know, like Londoner slang, Londoner Cockney accent. Tux. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, it was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you have noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilden? He's still dancing. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shom's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybang's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybang was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybang that night is you! So British. Ha 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 ha, you little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider a possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what? It's impossible! Because he was shot at the back! Order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon? Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as a killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. It's full of lies, so it's gonna be easy, I guess. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybang threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole of the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the black coat? Shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. She wasn't wearing a black coat. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. I knew it was gonna be easy. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. all over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. But she wasn't wearing the coat, right? Wait, is she wearing the coat? I don't remember she is. Oh, she is wearing the coat. Okay, fine. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a gentleman scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So, here's your true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray to the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested with their chemicals... Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Seas, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find the blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... But we have proof, though, counsel. Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. But you have proof that it's not Windybank's blood. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians are jostling with the broker, was still near the entrance to the shop. Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, it wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just your regular, mild-mannered burglars. That's all. We don't like violence, says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in a doorway, running my eyes over the shelves for faded items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. Oh, okay. But it was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer shoved me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scupper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were growling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you, so it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchiefs around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way, and then he scuppered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. I hope that dance is also illegal too. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Yeah, same. I hate the dance. Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you, burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. I don't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of Peephole's existence. So the Skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Indeed, inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes. Though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun, pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet has been fired. And as we have already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulking's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, the third gun. The broker's gun was on the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Ha 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 ha. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Matilda stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What? She tossed a gun?
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I can tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose it was worried about about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We had made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's a blooming mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a fool at a game, aren't you?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize we're just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, he's a bit of an hooligan in a... What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me and whistled. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun we got it down the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or the flaming people with the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Good blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this deed gives me the villies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He would normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Rexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. After the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. The blood. On the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spatting following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! See? What did I tell you?
Objection.
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilden. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilden had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? It's so frustrated that they didn't have the DNA check. at the time. 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilda's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was a gully disgrace, treasury, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that. Problem pop out. It can be done, but we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Petroshki to starving boy. He ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As a witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known the fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. My lord! Been a long battle this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
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 Guilty!
Guilty.
Nice. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. I don't believe it after I've come this far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? No, you can't just give up. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Is it Sholmes? Is it Sholmes? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you have delivered the report now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? I know it's Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Look at his legs. I love it so much. Order! Damn, it's really worse, yeah. Hello, welcome everyone, welcome. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise, my apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have some of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there.
I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Fanzeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already! We don't want to go wasting any more precious time! As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Nice! Eh! His pointing leg. Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Ah ha 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 ha, alright? I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, and I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me if should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, and overnight on my part. Right, modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's event, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh! It's a machine I made! Ah! Ah! Look, I used this! It's my latest invention! What is that? I call it the cat flapomet. Flapomet. We can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windybanks in pursuit of thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapomet that night, but why? The cat flapomet has been entered into the court record. A compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. Okay. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Oh shit. Further cross-examination. Further cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
But I can't! It was temporarily suspended. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of the existing witnesses. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Ah, it was intentional. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Nobody can say anything then. If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I will remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press a witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. He fainted, Mr. Sholmes! He fainted. Too dang tricky, yeah. Because the jurors have already given the verdict. So that's why we only given one chance. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Okay, we cannot press anymore. Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. Come on! And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Okay. Okay, the moment of shooting again. While these ruffians were jostling with a broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winnibang threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. If he doesn't just flip it, open the peephole, he cannot see it. I think it was there. I think it was this one. I can't press him anyway, so I'm gonna present it. But before that, I'm gonna examine first. Okay, sorry. Anything? Phew! Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match its machine for power. It can make mincemeat for even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of Cat Flapomet is a grim weapon of door destruction. Wagahai is so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Okay, I think I'm good.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? Oh, it's my cat Flapomet, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to... I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah! But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's store. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe this function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbang had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Shobes. Who did that peephole? You mean who gave us the cat Flapomet? Sato, yeah. Yes, the three of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Ooh, your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed a crime for pity's sake? It's closed though. Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? This is the most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers, and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storm door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there is no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Grr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ah! So Susato did the peephole. Order! Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just a cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yeah, that is said to be very powerful. It can cut through even toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner! Well? Young lady, this is Old Bailey! What is unmade cat flaps in the old battling at the Old Bailey? I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at the Windy Banks were made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapomet creates are all fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windy Banks are an exact match. Hee, old Silky's lots for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now is my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Seeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Of course we have proof! We have the photos! Indeed is that so. Indeed that is so, Lord Van Seeks. Well, counsel? Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Prove that the peephole at the door of Windybank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Okay. Photo of Gina. Post-shooting. Okay. Examine. Ha ha ha.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's Inferno cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point. It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ah! Mr. Graydon? You couldn't possibly have witnessed a crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Yeah. Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more Lord Van Seeks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is a victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No! Please! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statement. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. Wait a minute. Is it cancelled? Oh, it's already here. Wait. Okay, it's already here. My food is already here. Okay, I'm gonna finish this. One lie begets another. I thought it was cancelled. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he should have known anything about, namely... The third gun? The third gun.
Objection!
Do you have any idea what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? Absolutely! I've been studying English hard since I was a child. Okay, I'm wrong. The peephole, you failed to catch it, my meaning. The witness has admitted to removing the gun in question from the scene himself. Oh. So it's a peephole then. Precisely who else but this man could have known of a third gun's assistance. Yeah! Okay. Keep at it, Runo. Chin up. It's okay. After the lengths Susato-san went to in order to leave the last piece of evidence with me. In fact, perhaps I need to pursue the implications of that further. Then it might all become clear. There's still light in those dark eyes, I see. Will it do you any good, I wonder? This is provocative talk, okay? The people. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop and failed to capture 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly carrying out the investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there is no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the store door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole at the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Seeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until the trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person it could be. Don't tell me it's Gregson. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Really?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
No. I'm wrong again. You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, you learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed a subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was a third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while his trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to the fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship chambers during the recess in the case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Ah! Ooh, I just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Riders? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mr. Matilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion, not instruction. It wouldn't be possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud! Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain sum to the inspector. A disc. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with the witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with the accusations is this Nipponi student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? I mean, you guys should have seen it too, that they were whispering. Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The disc! The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for the answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with a witness? What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal? Yeah, but it doesn't... It doesn't update in the thing. But if it's a this, it's not. It's the nature of the deal. Inspector Gregson? Besides his murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? Are you getting it now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Vindy Banks by Magnus McGill. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that, encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilda's possession, are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the disc containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged your disc with details of the case. You little... Ah! And he is a Scotland Yard officer. Order! On the day of the incident, and we met you at Windybanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilda's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilda has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilda was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized it was a possibility, that's all. Oh my god. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music boxes. You did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the assistance of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Yeah.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it will put the matter to bed and dispel my any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, You will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about a country's most senior police force. It's not something Her Majesty government will be able to overlook. You was just threatening Bruno because you were scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of Inspector of Personal Effects? Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands a search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Oh my god, I'm like sweating right now. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailey, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. I think it's with Gina right now. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Laws it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Wow, Bruno's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in all the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. Now what? Don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel? Of whom do you request his search now? I think it's Gina.
Take that!
My lord, the defense demands his person be searched at once. Oh my god, it's wrong. Good grief, what possible relation could exist between that person and the case, Counsel?
Objection!
Okay, I'm wrong. It would seem my Nipponese friend does not understand the gravity of requesting such a search. If the defense counsel's aim is humiliation, perhaps this will give him a taste of his own medicine. Yeah! Okay. If Grexy doesn't have the disc at the moment, the question is, where could he have hidden it? The trouble is, he's been in the witness stand the entire time in full view of everyone in the courtroom. Not an easy situation in which to go about hiding anything, really. So here's honestly only one place he could possibly have hidden it then. Perhaps in another person's pocket? Someone with him on the stand? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I said Gina. Okay, fine.
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. I can't say that. Au contrary. I don't. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual in this person at all. I'm fairly sure that I know who has a disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Wait! Who was with him at the time? If it's not Gina... Nash? I don't know. Of my lord. Mr. Nash Culkin. Well, I never. Him? Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has you object to this search?
Objection!
The last credit remain, yeah, and I'm right about it this time. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course in this trial. Ugh! Bailiff, carry out the search! Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no this. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord! In the witness's pocket. I found this! Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. I don't remember who was on the stand. I thought it was then when they were with Gina. Just the three of them, not this. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ugh. Ah! Sus, Mr. Popo. Order, Mrs. Skulkin. What have you to say for yourself? Gordon Fleming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of a disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculated man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in his trial, that he grabbed him by the coat. He exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking violently. Yes, it did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fell clean off, it did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. It just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. He yelled it right down my ear. Oh, he did. He's made whatever. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it? You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. he could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from the confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I am operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does it mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. Oh my god, they're still at it. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony that I admit no sentence, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What? It's still going on. I'm so tired. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decision. Oh my god. That is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final learnings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. What the heck? Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at his case. It's blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes, more than this I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? I think it's Graydon. I don't think I have any evidence against Gregson. Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intended to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. Nothing left to lose. I assure you, I'll admit to nothing. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. Admit to the deal he struck on the stand. What should I present? One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. He clearly struck on the stand. What should I do? What should I do? One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. Okay, so I need to have him. I need to have him to admit. I need to have him to admit. Yeah, I think so. It must be about the disc or the box. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure which one. I think it's about the disc, of course. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal that he clearly struck on the stand. Or the people. To get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. So they made a deal if Gregson told him about the people, he will give him the second disc. I doubt it. I think I need a game over for this.
Let me see if I miss anything. No, there's no. Okay, I'll try this one, but if it's not good, then. Oh shit! It is right. Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box console? Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc console! No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? But because because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection.
Not true, Inspector. Hey? Woohoo! The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were a part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains a second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear the confidential information like that, it's treason. Then you admit to the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let the secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of entire British government, you idiot.
Objection.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked a confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you are determined to do to your duty. By fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Nice. Oh, I love the lawyer. I love the Naruhodo family so much. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Seeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ugh. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense's stance here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear to you. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Final showdown, baby! Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I'd admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut the blooming box up! Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish a witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
I did. Ah! Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after recess and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances, so I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made the night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winterbank. Yeah, you... Traitor! Oh, I like the animation. Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! I hope he's not dead. That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. These slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself. One day escaped from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in small hours. I wanted to draw them out, with more money than anyone could live in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Yeah, he'll lose his job for sure. Grexy, you're a fiend with a square talent. With a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me in my little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He had once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code, so I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I've seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box sticks made. Music boxes, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, so... Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him made the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2, you were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Braden. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you will let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Aww. He died instead of his son. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. What the? To exact revenge. Revenge? Well, for a few Ks we'll face Mr. Max something in this court, right? Or you just threw him in jail earlier? Oh, he died, yeah. He died already. He was a billionaire, the one in the second case. Yeah, the case that we met Gina. He died after the case. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man would no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable ways to crush any semblance of justice in this trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that honest nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I've made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements. 2 months ago, I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Oh, he's the one. That tragic incident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Magilda's death that day. Was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Oh, this guy. What's this, officer? It is sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, it must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present. I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered Gilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Wow. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Some from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs and a music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery? Ah, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. You'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know? Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted a ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Mr. Straight written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I need to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we had picked up the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you have recovered fast! My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I become nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. Ooh. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Scouted brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I had located a music box I had sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. I struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in a blink of an eye. Yeah, usually it's like that. How many glass he crushed in his case, I have no idea. I didn't count. I lost my count. You can watch a replay on YouTube. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windybanks on the wretched night. Oh my god, it's almost 1. I want to finish it. Aww, it's tragic, actually. He's tragic too. He's a tragic person. I told you, poverty is scary. I don't want to go into poverty either. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. Yep, it's an irony. You have become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He has been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Mr. Lestrade. Ah, yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir! Garrett up squadron standing by, sir! This is really it now. The last push, a final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Finally! It's been hours and hours and hours and hours. Ha ha ha! That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo! You finally managed to do it! Finally is a word. I really wasn't sure we'd come out on top of for a while here. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Mr. Straight, I'm not finished with you yet. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to his son with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort! Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Yeah, it's a long case. Hello, welcome! So, my lord, the prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today as I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets would be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Ah! But very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say so on that point, isn't that? It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Wait, don't tell me that Mr. Mason knew what his son was doing and changed a disc. That's gonna be one tragedy. Oh shit, I'm like so preparing to cry. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs maintain ministerial secret, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon.
Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Ugh, but it's really going to bother me. Mr. Straight. Yeah, my lord. That which you've seen today here in his courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity, an appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, I ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Mrs. Strayed never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of pawnbrokery business on Breaker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Janelle Strayed, not guilty! Wow! The court is adjourned. Woo! Oh, Pico, thank you so much! Yay, we've done it! I know you will come for the last stream. Thank you so much, Rikong. I love you. I hope you have a good day. I hope you're having a good day. I hope your work is not as confusing as this trial. Court is adjourned. Let's go, Rikong. Let's go. Whew. Oh wow, what the heck is this? On a personal note, I must say you have surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. Oh my god! You did? I like him. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. What? He was betrayed? You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. What? Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Oh my god, he finally drinks! Coming to be known as a Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Japanese fellow, until we meet again. Oh my god, they're so cool! Oh my god, I love this game so much. Why is this game so fucking cool? I cannot comprehend. 17 April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so, don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Runosuke. Oh, I miss him. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. But Mrs. Jones! Yes, it was me all along, you see. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of 1 or 2 foibles of the doctors who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat on you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are, great at being cold as ice may be. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Street? Why you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Oh well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, is true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold, not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Straight. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean. Cause anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. And exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper is a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that, bog trotter, water rotten as a core. At the end of the day, him's upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGill is this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Trade. Why? Just give her rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance specially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant of disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bay leaf. But those dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Oh, be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge, Patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently, all them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the Boggarder stuff, was a log, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is a main offense. But diving an offense is the job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them like me from the something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Janella Strait! The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Otto? Yes? What the heck? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase eternal missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strait. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes! It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Aww. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Oh, she's so cute! She's just very insecure. She is a very insecure person. So that's why she didn't know what to do. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Oh, that's so cute! Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Of course. Well, quite the indomitable purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Early? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news at this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right! If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely? She couldn't be that lucky. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. Yeah, she can be better. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria! Okay, so we will see Susie off. 18th April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover. Quayside. Quay is it? No, I think it's red. I think it's read key. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something. What? Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruto? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Aww. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your British law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Sato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Usato? I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she, to the art of pickpocketing. Oh, that was so much fun! It's Naruto's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapperman, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruto! Right. After Mr. Naruto had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind the door. At that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you use a cat flapperman to make the peephole with the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was all the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruto's greatest weapon. Although, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilden. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though it was sure she would never have done such a thing, you were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door. Ah! For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruto was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Mr. Straight's. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using the peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you have saved me too from my regrets.
Aww.
Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Straight's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play in my mind, of course. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Naruto. What a time to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sound on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher, to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said azogi. Does that word mean something to you? Means something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English, at least. Oh! It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. You see? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message stays asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Oh my god, my god, my god, my god, my god. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? But that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes is made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but The message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is K. Azogi, Kazuma Azogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gureguzon. Gureguzon. Gregson? Oh yeah, Gureguzon. Gregson? It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in the secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Miss Usato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep it in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. Oh shit. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... no. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windyman's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of the very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I will change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Usato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Usato! I had hoped to have you always by my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Oh, I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Burya, when it was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the table, across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy, Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. My instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Mom.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Oh my god! Waggy is so cute!
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
I'm so happy. Ah. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Usato, you'll love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Runo's words. And I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say... Objection! Wah! I know it. It always ends with objection! Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I think we've done the first part. We've done the first part. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrive at Baker Street. Something was afoot, though it's transpired that I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Okay. Oh, yeah, why didn't you just marry her? Yeah, just get married. I haven't slept a wink. The manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare states themselves. Well, I don't know, son. Knows his father is an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Of course I like this game. What do you mean? I love every game of this Ace Attorney series. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give my guy's offspring refuge in my pocket. Ooh, a man brings some kid on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Oh, my guy has a kid. He's cute. Oh my god, he's adorable. Woo, woo. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you excuse me, I have a 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. The latest Brands magazine is out and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Gluck, 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 gluck. Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame. Oh, rail company case? I think that was just a joke. Yeah, I don't think the next case will be him against the railway company. I think it was just a joke. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joannie, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for Diggy Peg. Managing rather well with housework too. Got this maid business taped up, I say. Hope the gossip neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. I'm glad you enjoy. Can't wait to watch you play season 2. It's more peak than you think. I'm sure of it. Yeah, I'm sure. It's always peak for this game. My Rolly's back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I've a better Bobby now. Looking out for Londoners and drop a pennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're so cute. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Chomes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Oh well. How about Russian revolutionists? I think that one is a joke too. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about it. Yes, I renounce my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets? Please. Give over, bruv! That ain't the ass we used to know. We got time in here to plan to come back a Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right? The three Muscovoses. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. Oh my god. I love this game so much. I'm so glad I discovered it. And I'm so glad I actually told a lot of friends to play it, to try playing it, and a lot of friends find it fun. The past 6 months has been time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. For now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Oh, come on. Waka is okay.
a kid too. So cute. Oh, I miss Kazuma. Oh, I love this. Oh. Claire Morgan, Robert Vernon. Ben Derry, I love your voice so much. You have such a handsome voice in you. Oh my god, I love him. I love this game. I really hope Zoni plays it. I really hope Zoni starts to play it. Like, really starting to play it. How was it? This is just the first one, I think, but I think this one, the one that I bought is 1 and 2, so I should be able to continue it with this disc, because it says 1 and 2. Yeah, and it's actually for the PS4, so I should be able to continue it next time with the second whole long whole episode for this. Oh no. Oh no, that's the end of his journey. Oh. Kazuma! What will you eat for lunch today? I just ordered some porridge because I didn't feel well this morning. My stomach wasn't feeling well this morning, so I was like, not so, how do you call it? I don't really have an appetite for for like solid food, so I ordered myself some porridge, and of course century egg. I love century egg. Boiled century egg is good. Oh, now he has a soul. Oh my god, I love this game. I love their relationship so much, so much. I really love their relationship. Like, okay, I'm not a Fujoshi or anything, you know, but I kind of know why Fujoshis would love them. I'm not a Fujoshi, but I really love the relationship in this game. Like, they really put us deep within their relationship and everything. Like, they have done so well with tying up everyone together, and I feel like that is what I like. Oh my god, I'm like totally covering Susato-san as I speak. I'm sorry. Wait, let me move a bit here. Okay, let me move a bit so I'm not covering Susato-san, like the whole Susato-san. Ryu Kazuma, like Phoenix, yeah, right, Phoenix Smiles, Ryu Kazuma. I love him so much, and how do you call it? I really love them so much, and I love that they did this because it's so good. Oh my god, he's so graceful. I love him. Finally, he gets to drink his wine. The same pose. Gina! Woohoo! Aww. So, we're done with the first season. I love it very much. I really recommend this series, the Ace Attorney series. It's really good. It really is a good series. It takes a long time for them to launch a new game. So I love him. That's so cool. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures finish. I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him so much. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! The art! Oh my god. That art. That art! How do I go for the second one? Because it says 1 and 2 here. So it should be 1 and 2? Special contents? Portraits. Oh my god, I love him. Oh, I love him so much. He's so cute. I love him. I love my lawyer. Oh my god, him with the glasses. So cute. Yeah, I love him. Oh, the design is so cute. Oh my god, they should marry each other. I really love them in this costume. They're so cool. Oh my god. Oh, I love him. Oh, that's so cute. That's so adorable. Oh, Iris, the very initial designs. That's very cute. Oh, Kazuma! Kazuma! Oh, him with the glasses. So funny. Oh, Lord Fantasy. Oh, yeah. I'm so happy it ended up with this design. So good. Miscellany, okay. With long hair. Okay. Oh well. Taylor. Oh, we can change him? What? Okay, outfits are only available for use in the Great Ace Attorney 2. Okay, so how do I get to 2? Do I continue? Or do I have an option? No. Do I continue? I have no idea. How do I do this? Oh, it changes! It's the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. So the first one is Chronicles, right? The first one is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, but now is the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. So this is the second one already. Oh, okay, never mind. It's this one! The Great Ace Attorney Resolve. Okay, so
So the whole thing is called the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, but the first season is called the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. The second one is called the Great Ace Attorney Resolve. So yeah, we're gonna continue with this the Great Ace Attorney Resolve next time. We're not done yet with this Great Ace Attorney. I love it so much. Okay, I'm gonna be on my PS5 for a long time, and I love it. So yeah, thank you so much everyone for coming. I love you so much. We will continue with the Great Ace Attorney Resolve next time. Oh my god, it's been 5+ hours and I'm so damn hungry. I should go for lunch. Please go for lunch as well. I will raid Aqua. I think he's he's doing Professor Layton. Oh, okay. Let's go. Bye-bye, everyone. I love you. See you tonight. Kiryu-go! Over and out. Mwah!